Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platforming mechanics and a branching narrative. And if you want to watch these dev streams on your own time, or you find them interesting or helpful, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boop that bell button to stay notified. And hello, Copper Nicholson. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. So, in terms of what we'll be doing, in terms of what I've been up to, I've been a little bit busy with IRL stuff, so haven't gotten as much done with Heartwell in the past couple of weeks as I think I could have, but I'm still making good progress on some fronts. For example, just a quick status update. I did finish implementing the opening for Heartwell, so think of that as like an opening with still images. It's like a prologue, so to speak, for the game's story. And that is pretty much implemented. I do need to implement the main menu system at some point and go through with that. But at least that opening cutscene is in there. I also started experimenting a bit with how I'm going to implement the dialogue choices in Heartwell, which, as you can see by this lovely blank screen, I went back and forth for a bit as to whether or not to use a text object or a active object to present the different dialogue options that the main character can have. And I've decided to go with the active object, at least for the time being, because while the text object would be easier in terms of copying and pasting information into it, it's much faster to do it that way. Currently, there is no simple way to make an outline around text in the, we'll say, the text box object in Multimedia Fusion 2 or Fusion 2.5. I mean, actually, I think there is the text parser object or something like that, or text splitter object. I'm just not very familiar with it. But on the other hand, if I use an active object, I can, of course, input any ideas I have and go from there. No, Copper Nicholson, no. This isn't Trails of Cold Steel, silly. This is a Heartwell dev stream tonight. But yeah, so currently going with an active object. My current thought process is, just to give you an idea, I would copy in the outlines text bit by bit into different directions, and then we can use the directions of the active object to actually increment what the text should be displayed for any particular choice. And if done correctly with the for each object, this can be done in a very efficient manner by reusing 4 of the same object and just displaying different things to represent different choices and incrementing different values. So, in order to do that, we'll actually be spending just a little bit of time this stream doing some programming, trying to get at least the basics of this implemented. And after that, we'll be going back into some more tile mapping and level design. My current thought is, I came up with a way to help plan out the level design more to hopefully make it more efficient. And it involves making use of just some notes I have. So this is stuff I keep in a separate document usually, but I've copied it over here for my own reference on tonight's stream. The idea here is simply put to think of different combinations of the enemy types we have and different scenarios they could be input in. And this is kind of like, think of it as like a brainstorming board for different enemy setups or different enemy situations. And the advantage of, you might be saying, okay, Antomicx, why bother writing this out when you can just go into tile then draw this out? Well, a couple of reasons. One, it helps organize my thoughts a bit better in terms of how I can make use of different enemy types in conjunction with one another and in different situations. Two, it actually provides a way for me to check off ideas that I've already used so that I don't repeat myself unless I deem it absolutely necessary. And finally, it means like if I just get little bursts of inspiration for a level idea, I'm like, you know what? Maybe we should put that set of enemies together, or in this particular situation, that'd be pretty neat. I can write that idea here, and whether I use it or not, doesn't matter. It's still there as a resource that I can use, and hopefully make tile mapping go a bit more efficiently. Similarly speaking, I haven't drawn these yet, but I'm thinking for the tiled map editor, it would be prudent for me to just make what I will call dummy tile sets. And these would just be squares and rectangles with numbers on them to represent different elevations, or whether it's a sloped surface or a door or something like that. And the idea being that these like dummy surfaces, or I guess outline surfaces are more likely, is a way to actually map out a level without drawing all the props and artwork that would actually be in the level. In other words, think of it like a 3D object before you give it a texture. It's just kind of a shape. And I think that could, again, help with more efficient level design, because I'd be focusing more on getting the core gameplay mechanics together, and then I could adjust things to better fit with the area or setting I have for my storyboarding notes. Anyway, so that's the current plan for tonight's stream. Without further ado, let's hop right into the programming, I'd say. So currently, if we pull up this scene, you'll notice nothing happens. I did run a test with the regular text, just as a proof of concept. I can hover my mouse over it and it will change color. I'll be doing a similar thing with this active object, and there's a very particular reason I've made the center of these white besides aesthetic reasons, and that's because white, leaving an object white or like a very, very bright color makes it very easy to manipulate through programming and adjusting the RGB value. The RGB value being what actually tells it what color it should be, so I can tint it different colors very easily like this with just a little line of code. Before we do that though, I think it'll be prudent we'll need at least 4 of these. So, let's go over here and duplicate. Okay. Since I can't, I'd say in most situations we won't need more than 4 decision, 4 dialogue options. Hello, Cool2. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? If I'm not mistaken, it's been a little bit, hasn't it? How you been? And hello, Ninelock. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Oh, actually, since you're here, Ninelock, this would probably be a good time to ask. So, and also to mention this. So, chat, for those of you who've been on the Discord server, you know that we're getting very close to the end of the Trails of Cold Steel challenge run. It's looking increasingly likely that the next Trails of Cold Steel stream will be the final episode of Trails of Cold Steel 1, depending on how much of the game is left. And after that, of course, we'll need to do another challenge run before Elden Ring releases next year. So, I'm doing well. Glad you're both doing well. Currently, going to be working on programming some, just the framework for dialogue choices in Heartwell. That's why I have these objects. But as I was saying, so the results did come in from Discord. With the Discord poll for what the rule set for an interim Dark Souls challenge run should be before Elden Ring's release, and as it turns out, the result was pretty overwhelming that the Variety is the Spice of Life challenge run rule set actually won out. You might be wondering, what is that? Well, for those who are wondering, I created a Doodle document where members of the community could submit potential challenge run ideas for a Dark Souls challenge run. And if I'm not mistaken, Ninelock, you're the one who wrote this rule set. It's called Variety is the Spice of Life. And I decided to look it up, and for the life of me, I could not find someone else who had actually done something like this before, or at least documented it in video form. And if you're watching this on the internet and you're like, well, no, Antomicx, someone else has definitely done this, by all means, I'd be interested to hear about that. But at least a cursory glance at like Lobos Jr. and some other popular Dark Souls challenge runners did not reveal anything quite like the rule set Nimelot suggested. So again, thank you for the suggestion, Nimelot. I like when I was reading it over, I thought it was a really interesting suggestion, and I'm pretty happy to say that it won the most votes. So that's going to be the rule set. So, the Variety is the Spice of Life challenge rule set works on the premise that after defeating a boss with a particular weapon, you can't use any weapons of that particular weapon category for the rest of the game. So, what that would mean, for example, is if I used a dagger to defeat a boss, now I can't use any daggers for the rest of the game. And I thought that was just really cool as an idea, because it would force me to use a massive variety of weapons in Dark Souls, which would definitely take me out of my comfort zone. But it would also mean like we have to think pretty tactically over which weapon we use for which boss. Exactly, Nimelot, exactly. My question to you, Nimelot, is there any like... I love the rule set. I just think we might want to rename it to something a bit shorter, or something that's easier to say than Variety is the Spice of Life. And I want to run it by you, since you are, of course, the original author of the rule set for the community challenge run. So, my question is, how does like a boss lock name sound? Since the idea is after you defeat a boss, it locks out a weapon category. Okay, so you need that at the start of the frame. Okay.
Remember all the happy times we had?
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's a... Now, that can be what its unofficial name. It could be like, we could say it's like the Boss Lock Challenge Run, aka Variety is the Spice of Life, or something like that. That's true. This doesn't quite say what the challenge is. I'm just trying to think of... I mean, I'm open to suggestions, Chad. If you can think of a way to say, to convey the idea that after you use a weapon category, it can't be used against a boss to defeat it. It can't be used for the rest of the game. By all means, throw it out there. I'm open to suggestions. So, in the meantime, I'll try to do some programming. My thought here is if we just need an alternate value here to index these things, so we'll call this choice object index. And the idea is that at the start of the frame, we'll index each of these, so it's a different value. Weapon destruction challenge? Okay, that's decent, that's decent. You break it, you buy it! Oh, that's funny. Good suggestions, Chef, good suggestions. Anything else? Oh, I agree, Nimelot. Variety is the Spice of Life would be a pretty good subtitle. Yeah, what I'm doing right here, chat, is I'm trying to index the dialogue choices so that each one will have a different number we can reference, and that's going to be crucial to ensuring that the correct text displays when I want it to. So, that's the choose object index to current iteration of choices. And as a check for this, we will implement a counter. So, that if the mouse pointer is over... that was just old text. We will deactivate that and copy paste to make some new stuff. Your free trial is expired. That's funny, Copper Nicholson, but maybe a bit too long for a challenger name. What if we call it like a weapon locked challenge or something like that? Like, if you... Weapon lock as in you use the weapon to defeat a boss, and now it's locked for the rest of the game. We could also call it the weapon class challenge run, since it is different weapon classes. Alright, well this will actually make it display different colors, but when it's over that counter, I also... Hold on. What? Okay, fair enough, Nylon. Sounds good. We'll call it the weapon lock challenge run. And I'm thinking the way to spell it would be like maybe something like this. Like the weapon lock challenge run. Just for fun, dudes. And so that'll change the color, but we also want to display call this the dialogue choice detach index counter. And simply put, we will simply have that return the value of that alterable value. So set counter to actually not there. Actually, yes, there. It made sense. It's based off the idea of like a Nuzlocke. Exactly, Ninelot, exactly. That's where that comes from. So we'll set this counter to values object choice index. Yeah. The Nuzlocke you're doing right now. Oh, that's awesome. Cool, too. Which game are you Nuzlocking, if it's alright to ask? Interested to hear about that. Alright, now this will allow us to... Oh, dear. Whoops. Should have set that to maximum. I think that'll fix it. There it is. Alright. So, if I did this correctly... Okay, 3, 2... Hey, there we go, chat. Look at that. It's indexed. Let's go. Okay, that's very good. So, Oh, Pokemon White, awesome. I love the Unova games. The stories are pretty good too, so yeah. That's correct, and unlocked. Challenges generally lacking in Pokemon games if you're used to them. Right, so we're actually going to have to flip these around now that I'm seeing it. Do it like this. And we also need to make sure not to use fine detection. If we are, that'll make it easier for us. Yep, see, there we go, chat. Look at this. It's glorious! The numbers are incrementing correctly. Now you'll be saying, well, okay, Antomicx, why did we bother doing that? Well, because this gives us a way to control direction. So, if I make a for each line, just a simple for each line, and we'll compare two general values. So we need to compare the animation. Compare direction of dialogue choices. We'll use a calculation. Actually, wait, no, we can't do that because that's not comparing two values. Well, we'll use this just as a proof of concept, just to demonstrate that this works. Yep, exactly. Now it is good, which you'll see once I get this working correctly. So we shall set the direction using a calculation, and we will use... Now we're going to edit this equation later to account for different sets of dialogue choices. But if we run it now, it should... Aha! Perfect! Ta-da! The different directions are now displayed. So, this is direction 0, 1, 2, and you might be saying, why is this repeated? This is repeated because direction 3 actually has nothing there, which is quite intentional. So as you can see, chat, we are able to index this. And what's great about this is if we were to add another variable here, say this is an increment of dialogue choices. We're going to need another counter now that I think about it. So we'll duplicate U. Instead of the index counter, we will call this the dialogue choice set counter. And the importance of this value is just to show us which set of dialogue options should be displayed. And to do that, we'll need another alterable value. So instead of the choice object index, we will have the choice set index. And this will just give us a multiplier that will allow us to choose from different sets in the directions. We'll edit this equation. Instead of choice index object, it's going to be that. However, we will multiply it by another value. Let me think about this. So it needs to default to 1 if we don't want sadness. So we will do choice that plus 1 to ensure we don't get sadness. And sadness would just mean it defaults to 0 and everything. It doesn't work. And for testing purposes, we'll use some quick little keyboard thing. So upon pressing a key, Let's go with the up arrow key. Set value. So add add 1 to that. Do a similar thing with the down arrow. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Zoroark. Yeah, Zoroark is in Gen 5. So is Lavendy. Honestly, there were a lot of interesting Pokemon in Gen 5. Definitely Seismitoad would be one of my favorites, because Water Ground is such a fantastic typing. How about you, chat? What's your favorite Pokemon from the Unova games? Ah, Hatterus. Good choice. Good choice. Let's see here. From? I don't have to do that. That should give us a direct way to control this. Alright. Press up. So, things did not increment quite the way I expected. That, I wonder why. Let's think about this. Oh, duh! No, I see. I see. It's not, Let's try this again. That is not working. Oh, wait a minute. No, it was working, because that's just a variable. The problem we had, chat, is we're not quite incrementing this directly. Because the starting value is 0, and that's not going to change anything. What we need is to have this be just an additive, not a multiplier. So we'll do +4 times this. Start at 0, so we get our regular numbers, and after that, we can add it. That's... Ah, fair enough now. So, I'll go with the Viper. Fair enough. It's a fun Pokemon. Oh, nice. Well, there's a fair amount of water types to choose from cool, too, so I'm sure you'll find something good. Not fair enough, Power Wilson. Fair enough. Interesting. I think I can understand that. Yeah. The designs are aight for the starters, but I feel like just Gen 5 has such an awesome lineup of other Pokemon. It's very easy to forget about the starter Pokemon, especially since I think they're all just pure their main types. Not any interesting dual typing from what I recall. Alright, so I think this will... There we go, chat! Look at that. Oh, I don't know why it defaulted to that. I was probably defaulting that because it's confused over what to do. Which is fine. It looks like it's, implementing properly, at least. I'm realizing that I duplicated the object, I didn't clone it, but that's okay because we know it's working correctly. We're incrementing by values of 1. Although as a temporary check, we can just set this to object set. Ooh, a Blitzel. That'd be interesting. Oh, as for Gothitelle, Copper Nicholson, I actually remember in Pokemon Insurgent, I think Gothitelle had an ability, or its Mega had an ability that basically gave it a third typing, which made it a very interesting Pokemon to make use of. Alrighty, so that, if I did this correctly, we'll just proof of concept. Okay, good. So it does, I forgot to set when we did the down arrow, but that's okay. Yep, so it's working exactly as I expected it to. So, this just is a really... Oh yeah, Pokemon Insurgents, cool too. It is a Pokemon fan game that's has a lot of content. Yeah, okay, so we got that working. That was my main concern, was being able to ensure that those different functionalities are there. And then, of course, it's cool, Chaffee, as this is modular in a way. So we increment up, and you notice how just whenever we put our cursor over these different options, it highlights yellow and we might be able to click it, which is... It's a little detail, chat, but I love these little things. Especially since this is all the same object and they can act independently of one another. So, that is progress. Now the only other thing I can think of for these, besides, of course, the actual implement of the choice and values, which I'll do on my own time, since that, of course, would open the door for a huge amount of spoilers, is, yep, I agree now, modularity is a very good thing to have. The, what I'm going to do now... Well, first I should probably make a group of events that I can just keep track of, so we'll call this Dialogue Choices Testing. That down there. Just so we have an easy way to check for these things. But yeah, the other thing I want to do is make sure that these choices objects are always presented in the proper part of the screen. So that way, even if I were to, say, drag these off-screen or have a dialogue choice that may come up, we'll say in the middle of the large frame rather than something controlled like this, it would still display where it should. So, I also want to just do a quick compare to general values thing, so we're not constantly playing this line. Value 1 will be the direction of dialogue choices. Item 2 I'll put a 1 there right now. That's not what it's supposed to be. I want to make sure we have this equation. You might be saying, well, isn't that a bit redundant, Antomicx? Yes and no, but what this does, chat, is it ensures that if it ensures that line's not constantly running, so if as soon as it hits that little check there and sees that, oh, well, no, the directions are correct, it's just going to ignore this line rather than execute it, and that will save a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver of runtime efficiency. But yeah, the other thing I was thinking of is we need to make sure that these have coordinates that are easily... Well, these should always be in a certain position. So I'm actually going to copy-paste this. And instead of direction, we will say position. Or is different from... I think, that's coordinate of last visible edge. Plus, that's right. Frame minus that's left frame. Divided by 2. That'll give us the true center of the currently displayed screen. We'll set the position to that value right there. Hello, KK Sparks. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Font size down so you can't do anything. Aw, sorry to hear that, but welcome. Right now, we are focusing on implementing the dialogue option functionality. So currently, as you can see, we have different dialogue options. We can hover our mouse over them. It gives a nice little highlight. And we can increment these. So if I press the F button, now we have a new set of options. And bear in mind, this is all the same object, just duplicated multiple times. So it has modular functionality in that sense. So that'll make it helpful for implementation. For this current test, I'm just trying to make sure that, let's say, I don't know, I messed this up and now it's all over the place. I want to make sure these are all lined up properly. So, perfect. That's exactly what we want. We want to just align and center. And now we need to do the same thing, just vertically. That'll be slightly more complicated, but not that much. But yeah. I think go with an or logical. Okay. Where this gets tricky, chat, is we are going to have to use the specific alterable value from these objects, the index, so that they're properly spaced out. So what we'll want is a Y top frame. Y bottom frame minus Y top frame or 2. So that'll get us kind of the middle, and then we have to increment some kind of value. So I think 50 will be a good baseline, just to see where that puts us. And then, well, actually, no. We'll want 200. Then we'll add 32 times the value of the object index. And that should yield a pretty interestingly spaced... Oh dear. Might not went overboard. A200 is a bit too large. Let's go with 50. Oh, right. Okay. Ah, okay, fair enough. AJ Sparks, I'm just saying maybe it's not your cup of tea. There we go. Okay, that's better. Look at that, chat. Nice and evenly spaced out. And what's great about this is, again, I should be able to move these anywhere I see fit. And they should all come back to where they should be. So you notice, like, I scattered them all over the place, but I run the frame. And there we go. It's magically where it should be. Okay, fair enough, JJ Sparks, fair enough. Yep. Oh, and in that case, take a step back and maybe come back to it when you're feeling more interested. Yeah, as you can see, chat, we have now just a line functionality, which is very convenient. Might want to shift it just a smidge down since the player character will typically be around here. But we can adjust that quite easily with this number here. So if I put this to 100, for example, put this number to 100. Fair enough, JT Sparks. That should... Yep, it shifts it down. Might not want to put that so close to the bottom screen, because someone's going to accidentally mess with this. Go with 75 and maybe just a bit less spacing. Instead of 32. 26 should be sufficient. Actually, no, let's go with 25. Okay. What do you think, chat? Maybe a bit too close together? Or is that sufficiently spaced? I do like that it's a bit further down now. It's a bit more contained. I might still want to shift it down just a smidge further. Go with 85. Alrighty. Okay, I think... Yeah. I think that'll do. Well, to be fair, Cool too, it is a rock, so I'm sure it can learn Rock Smash by just, you know, running into something. Alrighty. Move that. Just have a smidge more space between the options. Oh yeah, exactly. The sheer force of will, exactly. Okay, I think that looks good. There's a fair amount of space for me to do stuff up here. We can always adjust it later. Now I'll write some comments so that if I look at this, it's not super confusing later. Actually, there's something else we could do. We can make it so that if the user left clicks on the options when they see it, maybe it could play some little sound effects, disappear, and increments the options. So, well, actually, I should, let's write a comment just so I can at least reference what each of these things are. Insert a comment. Thanks. Choice in yellow. And 2 above is well, what line 2 above will do. Control selection of dialogue option makes dialogue options visible and increments dialogue options set. Line 2 above earns clear. Ah, thank you for the invite, Copper Nicholson. I will see if I can drop by for a bit. Line 4 above. Increments each dialogue choice object with an indexing value from 0 to great. So line 5, it sets the direction to automatically sets direction of dialogue choice object animation based off index in value and dialogue choice set value. I wouldn't say that, Copper Nicholson. I really enjoyed Volume 7 of Ruby. Okay, and line 6 is what controls the positioning of these options. Automatically positions the middle, the bottom middle section, and controls the vertical spacing between each choice. Alright, there we go. That is a useful reference comment. And for up here, we'll add a comment to say to above, increase, decrease, dialogue that set value effectively. Ready? Alright. Fair enough, 9 left. Have fun playing your Nuzlocke, and thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you have an awesome night. Okay. I mean, again, Copper Nicholson, and everyone can have their own opinion. I just really enjoyed Volume 7 overall. My favorite volume of Ruby overall. As for what I'll be doing here in Heartwell, I'm going to try and see if we can get to a point where we can auto-increment and auto-make things reappear. So, go with the leftmost one here, because this one will be crucial. You can first have it play a sound effect and make things go invisible for funsies. So, we're going to turn off the music just for a second, chat, because we do need to listen a little bit. We need a sound that will convey making a choice in a very simple way. I don't think there's anything we have here that previously that'll make sense. And these are all... We could use that. But it's... When I think of making choices, it's like a very soft sound for the most part. No. Okay. Alright. Then we need to go looking for sounds then. So chat, I will do that in 1 second. I do need to take a quick little break, so don't worry, guys. I will be right back. Alright, chat, welcome back. So, currently looking through the sound effects files to see, well, the default sound files to see if there's anything that might make sense. We don't need much, it just needs to be something firm and, but also light. Start with, no, that won't work. Open and close, maybe it's possible. No. 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 Fair enough. Oh, fair enough, cool too. And no. Well, no, that's... Maybes. What are these? No. That's okay. Welcome back, Captain Nicholson. Currently just going through different sound effects to see if any would make sense for selecting something. Nope. What is this? Nah. A lot of strange ones here. But we will find a appropriate sound. I will say some of the bonus ones sounded alright, but we'll keep looking. No. Fair enough. Yeah, I agree. KTS First, a simple click sound would be nice. I'm just trying to remember where that would be. I know there's some in here that are like that somewhere. Let's see, was it? Wasn't other? Maybe it was actually cartoon. Ah, yeah. So like blip. It's not really a clicking sound, but. Oh, there's a clicking sound. Oh, that could work. Well. Yeah, some of these popping sounds might work. It pop 2 at minimum works as a placeholder. Oh. Those work too, though. Alright, yeah, let's keep pop 2 then. Just for the time being. Alright, so all this is going to do, chat, is make it invisible, play a sound, and, well, for added testing, let's see if we can increment things too. So, go with We could also do something here where, like, to say object must be visible, so if it's not visible, it will not work. Let's run a test chat. Alright, well, technically works, but not quite what I wanted. It was all supposed to disappear, not just one of them. Whoops. So, partial success, chat. Partial success. So, oh, welcome back to Wall 2. I think we're good to put the music back on then. Anyway, what I was doing there, chat, is trying to... I want to make it so that everything just goes invisible. Oh, actually, I mean, that's what I could do is if I just delete this, then what it does is it will just get rid of all of them. Or not. Let me make use of some other values here. Okay. I think I know what to do then. I'll put some parameters in here. There. Our choice. All right. Our choices displayed. Okay, what we will do we'll add a new line. For an multiple value. Now we'll go with a flag. Flag on. Actually, we should probably say that our choice is invisible. Simple pop 2. Actually, no. Well, yeah, we can do it. Simple pop. Aw, that's nice to all too. I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, so by separating this and tying it to something else, we should be able to make them all go invisible. Oh, let's test it out. Aha! Perfect. Now I just need a way to make them reappear. We'll add another testing line. Okay. Pressing a key, we'll call this. Okay. Now for the real test, chat. We can make them disappear. They all come back. Alrighty. Well, I feel like we've kind of messed up with the increments there. That went a bit too far ahead, seemingly. I think I know why. Add one to choice set. Right. There's a way I can after that, so. Just use this as a way to quickly. Alrighty. Perfect. That is what we want. Now, just as a spam check, just want to spam left click as hard as I can. And good, okay. It's displaying the correct things, chat. And if I click it again. Aha! Alright, it increments properly. We did it, chat! We did it! We officially have dialogue option incrementation now. It might seem like a small victory, but this is. Else is important in Copper Nicholson. What I have proven here is that it's possible to separate these different values, click a choice, it makes the options invisible. And, let's say the next time text comes up that where a choice needs to be made, it's already at the next set of choices. So this is exactly the kind of functionality that's needed here to make this work correctly. So, I will need to edit the comments here because we did add some lines of code. Oh. Dialog box. Did I do that right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. User left clicks. Invisible. Line 4 or 5. Increments. / controls V. Dialog option. That's alter value. This will makes all. Purple. Flash on 4. Okay, there we go. There's some documentation. The only other thing I can think of is it would be nice to have a line that would just control if an option should not be displayed. Think of it as like we could have some numbers that we control. To do that. Oh, fair enough. Cool too. Also, hello, Drekor. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome to the dev stream. Night implementing some dialogue choice functionality here. Oh, it's alright, Drekor. It's alright. I just think you're having trouble with Dark Souls too. What I need is to create a for each object that will check which played. All right. Visible. Didn't pair two values. Will that work? It did. Looking there does nothing. Good. Oh. Uh-oh. That could be a problem. That needs to increment. I'll see if this works. I was afraid of that. Go this way. Oh dear. Well, that's clearly not correct. We need a different active object.
Alright. I'll tell you the truth.
Or not a different active object, we need a different flag to keep track of this. Is decision made recently?
Remember all the happy times we had.
We're very much alike.
So that, I think, will allow us to work properly. I hope. Okay, good, good, good. Now I reappear. Perfect.
Remember all the happy times we had.
Okay. I've been saying, Antomicx, what did you just do? I'm, like I said, the first set of choices I have in this particular instance does not, there isn't a fourth choice in this particular instance, but I don't want to get rid of the functionality for that active object. I still want it there. So, just needed to have a line of code that would make that invisible. However, previously I was using the visibility of the active objects as a check to determine if they had been incremented or not for each object. So the next branch of dialogue can, of course, be set up by the time we make a choice here. Now, as you can see, it's working properly. That's because we use the different flag to determine which values those are. This line right here will be sort of our... It'll be the line that decides which directions do not count, or which directions should remain visible. It'll be super helpful. That is line number... Yeah, line number 5. Okay. Well, while I'm working on this, how does the game dev stuff on your end, Gretwar? I'm just trying to... A good test would actually be to... this for a value that should remain open, just for my own testing purposes. Oh. Something happened. We've all gone invisible. Hmm. There we go. Make the thing. I have a hard time to go away, and it does. Okay, fair enough, Raptor. Well, that's my first question is, if you're designing a HUD, did you write out what specific elements you need for your HUD first? That'd be my first question. Or that could simply be, oh, I don't know if I really need this on the HUD, or maybe I don't. I'm writing that out. Okay, good, you wrote that out, alright. I guess my next question is, have you been posting, say, potential mock-ups of the HUD for feedback? Fair enough. Since, if you post, hold on, Rector. Why not just post different mock-ups for feedback of what the HUD is, whether you think it looks bad or not, and that way, people give you feedback, give you some ideas. That's what I would do. If I were in your situation. That's a 5. Will this work as intended? Okay. Aha! Alright. does work, but we need to make sure that can't, here as intended. Oh, we'll go from there. Yeah, that's true, Record, but that's why feedback is so important. It can really help you narrow that down. Of course, if we got rid of the visible requirement, it should just be... Nope. Okay, well, that must have more to do with the reappearing thing. Probably added notes about that. Note. You must also include a check specific values on the reappear. In this case, what that would look like is something like that. It should work correctly. Press the button. That did not work correctly. All right. Use the for each object. Would that help? Aha! There we go, chat. We have a little way to control visibility. Fair enough, Truckboard. just playing the DLC. Ah. Well, that's actually a common thing, Drektor, but it's also something you have to be careful of, is just getting afraid of, basically, you're afraid of trying anything because you're fearing that things go wrong. But if you just accept that things will go wrong and that you'll have to, fix them when that happens, that that's just a normal part of the process, you'll be better off. So I'd say don't be afraid of failure. In fact, I'd almost say welcome it, because then you could learn something and possibly do something better. I mean, just taking one look here at what I'm doing here with Heartwell, you've probably seen me make a bunch of mistakes this stream, but that's okay, because the idea is that you learn from those mistakes. Okay. And to that response, I would say, Drekor, that's just a common fear any developer has. Normal to think, oh, well, if I'm going to invest years of my life into making a project, that's and nobody cares about it, what's the point? Well, one, that comes down to a bit of marketing. Two, worry about that when you have something to show people. Three, it's why one of my principles for game design is make a game that you would want to play. Because even in a worst case scenario where everyone else in the world seems to have zero interest in something you poured your heart and soul into, at least you can enjoy it. Does that make sense, Drekor? On the other hand, I almost guarantee that if you work really hard on making a game that you personally would enjoy, then you can, with enough time and energy, be able to market that in some capacity so that other people will see it and play it. But you have to actually have the game in hand first, if that makes sense. You need to make a something before you can see if anyone wants to play the something. Exactly, Drekor. Yeah, does that ever run through my head, like, oh, what if I make Heartwell and no one plays it? Well, and to that I say, one, don't let yourself don't put yourself down like that, Antomicx. You're making this game first and foremost because it's a game that you would want to play. And you're also constantly reaching out for feedback from others. So when the time comes to go into marketing or trying to make sure people are aware the game exists, that's a different step. Alright. But in general, chat, I think this is a good step up. Oh dear. Forgot to set that back to the original. Yeah. Perfect. Excellent. Okay. I think this is a good step forward because this right here has given me an awesome framework to work with for actually implementing the dialogue choices. So it's all here, the functionality to have those different choices and then increment values and so forth. And that's a text in different moments in, let's say, an interactive cutscene will be We'll take some time, but I'll do that on my own time, since of course that will very quickly get into spoiler territory. So, I think it's time to finish up what we'll be doing in Fusion 2.5 tonight, and move on to some, I'd say, some tile set making and level design stuff. Alrighty, well, fair enough, Copper Nicholson. Okay. So, may have noticed that there have been a couple of additions here in terms of artwork. I have been, might as well show this. I was designing some tile sets for a room that will come up before we, I guess I should back up. So in the Heartwell demo, what you can expect is you'll have, there'll be an opening. There'll be a basic main menu of sorts. There'll be an interactive cutscene. And then there will be the quote-unquote tutorial dungeon. That's the overall scope of the demo. And these, some of this tile set stuff right here, I made for that, interactive cutscene. As for what we'll be doing tonight in tile set making, I'm actually thinking it would be useful, like I was saying earlier, to make those like dummy tile sets or mock-up tile sets to give us a way to rapidly build an area without without necessarily making it pretty yet, just more so focusing on the outline of an area, the raw gameplay of it. In order to do that, we just need some basic outlines. So, not going to be anything too fancy, we just need different elevations and numbers. Which I think this would actually give us a pretty decent way to outline it out. Go with that. The way I see it, there'll be different elevations. You can assign different numbers here. Actually, to do that, we could use the text object. So, get all that. Go with these will be different elevations. This thing will be just some basic walls. Oh dear. Whoops. Question, Copper Nicholson, what are we doing? Right now, Copper Nicholson, I'm making what I will call outline tile sets. It's basically just using numbers to represent different elevations for slopes and such. And this provides a way to rapidly prototype a rum. So I can have a bunch of these as sort of like, think of it like, if you were to, say, outline a story, you don't write the full story, you write little bullet points that establish the general structure of the story. Well, I'm doing the same thing, it's up here for level design. So these wouldn't be like the full level itself, but they would provide a very fast way to outline a level before, we'll say, filling in the blanks with the actual location itself. As one thing I was thinking about over the past couple of weeks is how to design levels more efficiently. And one of the at least things I've figured to input is the idea that I just need a faster way to convey information for setting up a level, so I can focus more on the actual raw design of the level before getting too caught up in making a tile set for a specific rum. Yeah, it's like blueprints, Copper Nicholson. But I feel like what this will enable me to do in the long run is more rapidly prototype different levels in the tile maker. And since, you know, Heartwell is a Souls-like game, that I want to have that kind of really deep, interconnected, semi-Metroidvania-ish level design, I need to be able to make levels quickly. Or, I should say, not quickly, efficiently. If I'm, you know, for this to work out in the long run. Hence, why I'm trying to experiment with this. See if it might yield more efficient level prototyping. That made sense, Copper Nicholson, Brett Gore, KK Sparks. We need some way to indicate that this is a slope. So, personally think the easiest way to do that, just have a diagonal arrow. Something like that. Alright, fair enough, KK Sparks. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. I hope you have an awesome night and an awesome weekend. Thanks for dropping by. We'll use marks like this to indicate slopes or walls. And that will of course, give us our a bit more control over things. And I also know if I'm looking at this, I don't want to just see plain white boxes, as that will confuse me very quickly. So it'll be useful to have some kind of shading here. And we want to make sure it's a color that doesn't really make sense anywhere else, so we'll go with orange. A bright orangey color that's very easy to distinguish from everything else. Actually, yellow might... I don't know if that's the yellowest yellow. Oh no, orange should be fine. That should work. I think it needs to be a bit bigger. Difference, it's difficult to tell. Just at a glance that that's a different color. Maybe go with something like this. Okay. Bit easier to follow. There we go. Clear and... Alright, there we go. We have our little sets of tiles. Alright, and now that we have these, we should... Probably also be a good idea just to incorporate things like... Yeah. To include like doors or some representation of a door. The easiest way to do that's going to be just... Actually, we do have the doors, it's just a... No, we can actually just use the door itself, that should be okay. Meant to just be more of a mock-up. Oh, you have a question, Kyber? When I'm making a character like Dorothy Heartwell, a character you would want to How do you create something like that? Good question, Copper Nicholson. So, whenever I want to make a character for anything, whether this is for Heartwell, or for Dungeons & Dragons, or pretty much any work of fiction, I start by opening up a Word document, or a Doodle document like this. And then I will start to make an outline of sorts. So, might as well type out an example. Maybe I might be like, okay, let's make a section here. We'll title the character. So character name. And I might just use a placeholder name to start out with. I might just use a descriptor, since I might not have a name initially until I go Doodle searching for symbolic symbolism pertaining to the name. Then I might write things about the character, like gender. Well, first of all, things like basic appearance. So gender, height, clothes, /appearance. Skin color, or race. Pretty much any, like, identifying feature as a start off, just to kind of picture the character in your mind. You might also include weapons, items, equipment. So, again, that's all, like, really, really basic stuff, just to get a picture of the character, but that doesn't really tell you much about the character besides what they look at. So, like, whenever I make a character, that's the first thing that I would start with, is just write anything that comes to mind about the character. Like, you're trying to get an image of a character in your head, and as you see things about that character, you write it down. Now, this is, of course, very rudimentary stuff. The stuff that'll matter more would be things like answering the so what kind of questions. Like, what is the, such as, for example, occupation. So occupation is one, so what's the character's job, or what does the character do, so that could be something important. There could also be the where. So this could be like, where is the character? Or where are they from? Details like that. Where are they going? Are they going on a quest/journey of some kind? And most importantly, why are they going on a quest/journey? And that's a good question to ask yourself, no matter what detail it is you're looking at. If you ask the question why, or so what, as my high school literature teacher would put it, it leads you to, it forces you to answer more details about the character. So, if I were writing a character, and I say, okay, the character is 5'2", so what? I might say, well, as like a sub-detail, the character does not like being made fun of about their height. And you could say, so what? Well, because the character was mocked at a young age for their height. So what? They were mocked by inserts another character. And as you can see, you just keep asking questions more and more about what you're trying to create. And as you ask more questions and answer those questions, you get a much better sense of this character. And you do this for every single detail. The more questions you can answer about your character, the better off you'll be, because you'll have a more detailed, more fleshed out character that you can play with and make use of in your stories. So, I know that was a bit of an aside, but does that kind of answer your question, Copper Nicholson? Because at the end of the day, when writing a character, you start with trying to form a foundation for them, like just a picture in their mind. Then you answer details about them, like their relationships, who they're related to, who's their family, who's their friends, what drives them in life. What is their purpose? What are they doing? And most importantly, I would say what are the character's values, morality? What are their goals? Like, a character needs to have these sorts of things in order to feel more realistic and more realized. And these are not necessarily easy questions to answer right off the bat. But the more, I guarantee you, the more you write about the character, the easier those kinds of questions will become to answer. And with that, I was going to save a version of this. So that we can use it in the level editor. Fair enough, Hopper Nicholson. Fair enough. Glad it's helpful to you. Does that help you, Direct War? One thing I do like to do, especially if you're new to world building, is it can be useful to just create a template of, we'll say, blank information of different fields to fill in for a character that you would feel are important to at least getting the basic details about a character out. So this could be like different appearance things, different basic questions you try to answer for each character. You just write them in a list and have that template just always on hand so that anytime you want to make a new character, you pull up that template, Control-C, Control-V, and start writing about the character. Made sense, correct, Wart? Yeah, like a name or outfit, but pretty much any detail that you feel like is a fairly generic thing you can ask about a character that you would want to have filled out at some point. As having that template of sort of information to fill out is a good way to get useful information about the character written. And if you're saying, well, I don't know where to start for that, well, a great resource would be to look at Dungeons & Dragons character sheets and things like that. Now, we're not talking stats or anything like that, but typically Dungeons & Dragons character sheets will ask for things like, well, we'll ask you some of those questions, like those basic identifying information about appearance and things like that, and that can help generate ideas for how to make the template of your own. Fair enough, Drakor. Now we'll go back into the tile editor. And I think it'd be great to have sort of like a drafting layer, almost. Where we can just start playing with things and ideas for levels. Let's create a new folder. We will call this the draft layer. And the purpose of the draft layer is to be sort of a skin or foundation from which the level can be built up from. It's not meant to be fancy, it's just meant to be sort of like a outline of sorts. We'll have draft base layer. Well, Drakor, what I would suggest is draw your best mock-up of what you have so far, post it in the Discord server, get some feedback. You never know if someone else might have some ideas or suggestions that could be like the key to making your HUD just the way you want it. I'll list the... Okay. And now that we've done all that, we now have our little play space for which we can do pretty much whatever we want. So, let's design some rooms. And then we can make use of those rooms. Oh, actually, before we do that, I do want to make sure that I'm not repeating myself with ideas. So, do a quick sweep through what we have so far here. Okay, there are no strikeout tuts. Do something like that. Indicate that it's been used. Actually, no, I think this... Yeah, I think a hashtag will do. Use that before. We go to the bottom layer. Okay, we use the introduction idea for the Cobra. So we've used that idea, we've used that idea. For attempt different platforming past sessions on corridors. Oh, okay. Definitely use this idea. And we've used this idea. Alrighty. Let's prototype. First, rattlesnakes at bottom of the slope. That's be a fun one. The idea of that is a fairly simple one. So we have some kind of platform that the player would be atop. Oh, I just realized we do need something to signify, like, impassable wall. So, 1 second, chat. That's easily done, I think. Here we'll just have a represent that is a thou shall not pass, so to speak. Oh, we can make it orange too, just to make it more distinctive. Ew. There we go. Great. Okay. The thought within with an area like this chat, is that we have rattlesnakes at lower elevations so that the player doesn't get the opportunity to walk up to them as they see fit. Instead, they have to think about how they're going to approach them on the lower platform. In this particular case, I have something like this where the player has to go down, and there's something down here to justify them wanting to go this way. Alright, so you'd have something like that, chat. So the player would either come up. Well, actually, this should work from either direction. But the intent is whether the player's going down or up this section, the rattlesnakes kind of act as sort of a barricade that could be they don't really have a lot of space here to work with if they want to defeat the rattlesnakes, more so like an obstacle to avoid. Unless they have the damage output to get rid of the rattlesnakes or want to do something along those lines. The idea here is they could be dropping down like right here, and then possibly have an opportunity to attack the rattlesnakes from, say, another location. And I'm just realizing I just copied a lot of stuff. I did. That's why I did. Thought process would be that the player would have the opportunity to hit the rattlesnakes, say, from a platform lower down. So with their ranged weapon. What's something like this. And boom. We just made, just like that, chat, we have a little room outline. And it didn't require any sort of, this didn't require us to, like, draw out what this tile looks like, but you can still see, like, how this could be useful. Especially, I guess in your case, Redcore, since you probably started to think about level design a little bit. Something like this is where the power of this comes in, is that I'm not worrying about specific artwork yet, just making an area to work with. And then, of course, we can pull this in different ways. So, I think what we'll do is we'll say hashtag equals implemented. And percent equal idea drawn. Alright, sounds good. So what I'm thinking, chat, is what we'll do is we'll try to at least draw, we'll say, outlines of each of these. And then we can worry about possibly interconnecting them. And what's also great about this chat is if, whether I get ideas for, we'll say, different enemy configurations, or if you all are suddenly get a spark of inspiration, and you're like, you know what would be cool actually mixing them like this, by all means, throw it out there. We can write it in the document. It'll give us a nice way to build a lot of potential ideas rapidly. Or much more rapidly. So, now this is what I've been interested in. Rattlesnakes in a winding hallway. So, start out with a pretty similar setup here. However, so I was getting confused. Not great. There we go. Okay. Start out with the setup like this. Where players walking in this way, and suddenly they need to drop down into a pathway, like sort of a winding path of sorts. And on this winding path will be a bunch of rattlesnakes. You know, I need some space here now that I think about it. But... oh, no. We want to go with... we actually want the opposite here. We want this to be up top. The player has to kind of jump onto the path. And that's when they're committed to the path itself. All right. In that case, start with something like this. Players kind of on a lower path. Alright, welcome back, Pool 2, welcome back. Yep, this will be the path of snake, don't you worry, Copper Nicholson. Hey, Spud! Yep, thank you so much for dropping by, how's it going? Welcome to level design time. The winding path will be probably something like this. Right now we're working on some game dev stuff, Spud Tip. Basically just adding rough outlines for different ideas for levels or sections. That way we have a more efficient way to do this. Alright, so player would start around here. They hop up here, so again, that forces them so they can't easily just attack the rattlesnakes. And they'll just be filled with rattlesnakes. So, for those who do not know, there is actually enough space between rattlesnake space like this to walk in the middle. So, if you place the rattlesnakes kind of like this, where it's like you got this really, really narrow path, then what you end up with is, again, sort of that winding path idea we brought up earlier. This looks like absolute chaos, but that's the point. It's like you thought the rattlesnake was harmless, but in numbers, because that's a very different story. Damn healing potions. Well, there's only so many healing potions. And one rattlesnake can deal about 175 damage, so that's different ways to approach this.
I'll tell you the truth.
But yeah, I think like some winding path like this. Definitely, well, let me put it this way. This is scary when you can't one-shot these things, and it's basically a lot of at speed once you can one-shot these things. So that kind of incentivizes the player to maybe grind and train a bit, but also think about how to approach something like this.
For all the happy times
With a
we
little
had.
windy path. If you think about it, each one of these rattlesnakes has a base of 20 at speed. So if we have, let's see, 10... Yeah, 22 of these things in one spot, that's actually a lot of at speed if you're able to defeat these things really quickly. So this would probably be about more of like probably more like well, I'll call it a challenge area. So an area that's not super close to a checkpoint, so it's not as easy to grind this out. But strategically placed rattlesnakes can cause headaches for even the most efficient player. Yeah, too many rattlesnakes.
Alright.
Well, the intent here, Spudkip, is just to make a level section. So all we've done is these different numbers and X's represent things. So an X is an impassable wall. The numbers with the arrows are slopes. These numbers are representing different heights. So this is actually at a height of 1. What this does, Spudkip, is this is basically forcing a hallway where the player can't easily attack the rattlesnakes unless they can deal a high amount of damage or are willing to embrace the tank some hits to try and defeat one of the rattlesnakes to give themselves like some breathing room. The intent is the player to kind of run through here if they're careful about navigation. Too many rattlesnakes, not enough rattlesnakes. Okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, this is just a draft of this idea. I feel like my one concern with having this many rattlesnakes in one spot, unless we're doing my next idea, which is what I'll call the Rattlesnake Maze of Death, is, maybe we could make it so that if the hallway was, like, super narrow, like, maybe... Yeah, if we had a narrow hallway and, like, rattlesnakes lined up against one wall, that would be... We'd have the amount of rattlesnakes while still kind of accomplishing the same sort of, the same sort of issue with the spammy thing. So... Say we erased Because each rattlesnake can hit about kind of a half tile around it. So if I were to position these rattlesnakes in such a way that there's just barely enough space for Dorothy to run through. Oh. 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 Yes, I just thought of something. But in order to convey this properly, I'll need to make some new references here. Humor me for a second, chat. Alright. No, not Dorothy. No. Someone pointed out too much rattlesnakes. Yes, no. I'm just saying, Antomicx, why did you do that? Well, let me show you why. So the way this map there works is it's in 16 by 32 tile sets. That's how I've set it up for convenience sake. But what this does is it'll allow us to kind of put the rattlesnake on one side of an area or another just for the sake of showcasing an idea. So, my thought, chat, let's just erase all these rattlesnakes. Let's clear up our space here. Is if we have a much narrower hallway. So, something like this. And then just humor me for 1 second, chat. If we position the rattlesnakes as so, like, right here. We can do stuff like this. Like, make it sort of a zigzaggy pattern if we really want to mess with the player. So they have to, really think about how they're going to run through this. The rattlesnakes will be strategically placed. In order to make it so that they are becoming, obstacles in the path while using fewer rattlesnakes in a smaller area. I did not copy Nicholson, especially since it's my character, so... yeah. Kind of my thought here. And we can shift the... We can make tile sets of the rattlesnake there, just, we'll say shifted upward and downward again to convey that idea. So, maybe a bit closer down this way. And since the purpose is, again, just to convey things, I will condense it so I can fit multiple in an idea. And by doing that, that gives us a way to see rattlesnake positioning. And just like that, boom. Now we have rattlesnake that we can kind of put up and down, cover different areas. And what we do... Oh, well, I guess I don't need that one, but you get my point, chat. We can have, and I'm just putting the rattlesnakes in, like, the most obnoxious places. Well, I guess not obnoxious, but just the to make it so the player has to think about how they're going to approach a different situation. So, probably do something like that. And there we go. I don't know Copper Nicholson. No, not Dorothy, the rattlesnake. So as you can see, chat, we've used fewer rattlesnakes. Before we had like 20. Now we're using more like 13. And this is just the Run the Rattlesnake Gauntlet pit. Again, show that just because an enemy is a stationary melee opponent does not mean they cannot be, we'll say, a potential danger. So, I think this could be a silly little section that makes you realize that maybe the rattlesnake isn't as harmed. Oh, great question, Kowal, too. Well, as you can see, this section was specifically designed to counteract ranged weapons. So you'll notice the slope here, Kowal, too. Player cannot shoot at an enemy that's at a different elevation than them, at least with the weapons in the demo. So, if the player were to say stand here and try to hit the rattlesnake, they can't. They would have to be at the same elevation of them, and the only place for that in this particular setup is in this hallway. This hallway is the only spot here that's at the proper elevation to hit these rattlesnakes. That being said, you know, it is a legitimate strategy to try and defeat one of the rattlesnakes, then slowly defeat each rattlesnake moving forward. You know, you could get a lot of speed that way. But I have a feeling that a lot of players are going to be, we'll say, not super patient, since you've seen the ammo regeneration rate in Heartwell. It starts out extremely slow. So, I mean, you could jump up here, maybe attack a rattlesnake, and try to get out of the way, rinse and repeat, give yourself some breathing room. That's a viable strategy, it's just a very, very, very slow way to do it. Does that make sense to all too? Whereas the fastest way to get through this would be to navigate the rattlesnakes and to get up there. And of course, once the player is able to defeat the rattlesnakes in one hit, whether by leveling up a bunch or by getting weapons that just hit harder, then suddenly this run changes from a massive threat to basically a little place to grind for XP. So, and the other great thing about a setup like this is I can make variants of this that are maybe not quite as long as this. So this one has... This is a pretty long, windy tunnel with like 13 rattlesnakes. I can make a shorter section that's just more like a U shape, or a bit more condensed. So there's fewer rattlesnakes in one spot. Oh no, cool too. Let me make no mistake. I don't mean this would take forever compared to like grinding in Pokemon. I'm just saying that you're ending up in the arguments with like with Dark Souls level design where almost any area can be circumvented with just a bow and proper positioning. But trying to take out enemies from a distance like that is generally like one of the slowest ways to get through an area. And most people who are playing a game like that aren't going to have either the patience to do that or the willpower to do that unless they are either approaching everything very cautiously or they're just really frustrated with an area. So, again, I'm fine with sort of like the slow and steady approach, but I also wanted players who want to, say, get through here quickly, they have the option to do that. They just want to breeze past this sort of rattlesnake hallway of shenanigans. So that's one with 13 rattlesnakes. So you have a percentage for that. I'll make a variant of it that's a little bit shorter, just so we can have that to play around with too. Say maybe 5 to 10 rattlesnakes in them. In a winding hallway. So that's all we're going to do is copy and paste this, say, over here. Same goes with the rattlesnake positioning. But we'll make it just more of like an S shape so that there's it's a bit of a shorter section. Are you talking about copper nipples in what plane? Or are you talking about Albert Nicholson? Why the woo? We can do something like that, so again, the player has a zigzaggy path to go through to get to their safety. And then they have their, of course, their little pathway to go through up here. Bada bang, bada boom. I actually have not Cool 2. Is that a meme? Snakes on a plane? Now let's do one that's what I call the rattlesnake maze. So I'd say, okay, Antomicx, what's a rattlesnake maze? It's similar to this, except in a wide open room that requires careful navigation. So let's get ourselves some space over here. Says here the room is meant to be a maze. Yeah. Alright. Oh, okay, cool, too, okay. No, I have not seen it. Let's just make ourselves a room. Copy that. Just like that. Think. By such, actually, yeah, this by such room should be plenty to work with. And then we have another area gate to ensure the player can't just snipe off the rattlesnakes from a distance that easily. So they kind of walk in like this. Their little starting area. And the intent would be to get from one diagonal side of the room to the other, where their exits waits. I'm guessing that was one of those B movies Copper Nicholson is that accurate to say. And then this is like the player's way out. Okay. Now to actually arrange the rattlesnakes in this little maze room. Oh. Oh, I just thought something that would be diabolical. Like, really, really diabolical. So, here's a thought, chat. What if you come all the way through this maze just to hit a lever to open a door that was all the way back over here? I think that forced the player to like take a different route through this phase. Well, we can worry about that later. That's more overarching level design. Focus more on the enemy's placement right now. If I were to make like a rattlesnake maze, probably start with something. I think part of me almost wants to make this a section where the player has to jump into the maze rather than fall down into the maze. Oh, no, actually we can make this work. We can totally make this work. We just need to have a little more space here. Like that. And we place the rattlesnake. Like so. Creates our little barrier. Oh, good to know, 12-2, and record. So down with the rattlesnake maze. And the idea is that the room is actually quite open, but the rattlesnakes are arranged in such a way in order to be a maze. What's down there? Then we need to make them curve around a bit. Alright, sounds good. Cool too. Sounds good. An end record. I feel like it's better to show rather than simply tell in this case. With You didn't do your Drakor. Just stick with it. Go do it, Drakor. Go make that HUD. You can do it. Alright. I think, I'd be better off just, closing this room off just a wee bit. Oh, no, better yet. We'll have it loop around. So when the player walks in here, they're like, oh, there's something up there. By doing that, right? Maybe have something like that, or maybe some stairs just to take the player up there. But to do us our own little challenge room. And boom. There we go, chat. Rattlesnake maze slash death pit. But the intent is that there'd be some item up here. The player would come in here and be like, ooh, shiny, but also death. Just absolute death. But if they want the shiny, they need to go wrap around up there. That might be a good idea just to include like a little item all out. So I think it'll be okay for now, but still, it's good to have these things readily available. Good question, Rekor. At current thought is no. Like, I know, like, even in a game like Crosscode, there's some bounce back if you get hit. But, there's quite a bit of jankiness in the way that Fusion 2.5 handles fast loops. So I'm not saying something like that's impossible. It would just add a whole nother layer of complexity to what is already a complex combat system. Because from there I'd have to implement like flinch animations, and same would go for the enemies, and I don't think that would make a whole lot of sense. And good question, Drekor. So at the moment, no, enemies cannot interrupt a player's attack animation, nor can the player interrupt an enemy's attack animation at the moment. Now, there's pros and cons to that. The pro to that is, of course, you can, base tank a attack from, like, say, a rattlesnake and not have to worry about it. But it also might lead you to be a bit more reckless because you know that flinch isn't going to stop you. It might also lead you to make attacks you might not otherwise consider in a game like Dark Souls, which could, if you get too greedy, of course, lean to you getting hit. Yep. Ah, fair enough, Redcore. Exactly. I mean, when I'm making, like, snake death pits like this, I think we're already got plenty to mess around with here. But that's another idea implemented. I think, yeah, a run like this would definitely have to be what I call a challenge run. So it's like at the end of a side area where it's if you're going to come here to grind, you have to walk here. It's going to be a walk to get here, hopefully. But just in case you never thought that the rattlesnakes should be a threat, I think this room would quickly 12 at thought. Now let's do one with involving the Cobra. So the intent here is we have sort of it's a mix between this while involving an upper platform for Cobra. Before we do that, chat, I think I actually do need to take a quick break, so don't worry, guys. I'll be right back. Howdy, chat. Welcome back. We are going to head back to some Cobra design here. Also, the music's pretty loud, right? Yeah. That was loud. There we go. Oh, or one thing I can... Oh, what's that, Rekor? Oh, what are you thinking of implementing, Rekor? Okay, so it's... one Cobra atop a narrow platform walkway. Rattlesnakes below platforming path with no easy way to remove the rattlesnakes. Alright. I know what to do. Well, something like this. Only a 4 here. Okay, so the intent is player has to drop down onto an area. This will be their entry point here. Actually, no, I take it back. We should go with a 3 to give the player options to try and think their way through this. This isn't meant to be a hard one, it's more like an intermediate challenge. Oh, well, health low beep animations. Alright, Rekor, sounds good. After that, work on that HUD. You can do it. Do. And we have a windy path here, quite intentionally. There's the escape. Oh, no, better yet. They have to jump for it. And they miss. Sadness. No, I disagree, Copper Nicholson. If that's how you feel about the show, I think that's more speaking to your preferences than anything else. Alright. I'm not sure, Copper Nicholson. I hope it returns at some point. Great show. There we go. Okay. So we have ourselves a little windy path here. Brattle goes up. No, not Brattle. Cobra goes up there. I just put the Ets there. Yeah, because those slopes are there, so that forces it out. Yeah. Alright. Raise the elevation. Good. We got new layer. Cobra starts over here. Player has to drop down from up here. Cobra will approach, forcing a. No, Copper Nicholson, I disagree. I think going into the deep meanings is a lot of the fun, personally. And again, that comes down to personal preference. But me personally, I like deep philosophical stories. So some Star Trek episodes can really go the extra mile, and I appreciate it. There we go. There's a little section. Again, I guess that depends on the person, Copper Nicholson. See, there's a lot more rattlesnakes than I. I'll probably go a bit lower on the rattlesnake spam since the focus is meant to be the Cobra. As the player wants to eliminate the threat down here, that's up to them, but even so. Nope. Always make the section just shorter. Actually, yeah, that might make sense. We shift it this way. Well, no, we want some space for the player to be able to run it. That's not what I'm saying, Copper Nicholson. Of course, there's some episodes I like more than others on Deep Space Nine, but I'm saying, like, times where Deep Space Nine goes into, like, its deep philosophical aspects, I really enjoy it when that happens. I don't find that to be dissatisfying. Yeah, exactly. He's spot tip. Exactly. Because it seems to me what you're implying, Copper Nicholson, is when the show gets too philosophical, that's when it stinks. I disagree. I think the show, those weakest episodes tend to more so be a bit more on the basic side in terms of philosophy. Well, you say that's spot tip, but Star Trek Deep Space Nine is actually very much not episodic, or it's less episodic. It has a much longer narrative with things tying in from previous episodes. But you could definitely say that about a lot of the other Star Trek shows, though. Maybe I should be a little bit less crazy about throwing so many rattlesnakes in one area, because this is probably a little bit overkill. Actually, no, I think that'll be okay. So, as you can see, chat, we have again, that's on a case-by-case basis, Copper Nicholson. Now, yeah, that'll do for that, I think. Sense. Up different platforming paths, as with long core. I have to rattles. Okay. I just realized we could do something similar here, but omits in Cabrattles to really make the player be a bit more cautious. Narrow. And 1 to 2, that's Cabrattle. Do the yeah. Exactly, spot tip, exactly. So let's see here. It depends on the episode, Copper Nicholson. Yeah, exactly, Spot Chip. I think you need to be a bit more articulate with your argument, Copper Nicholson, because if you speak too quickly before you really think about what you're saying, you can very easily say something that you can't back up or that really doesn't stand up to scrutiny. But I want to go over top different platform sections. Okay. We need like a long hallway sort of thing. As to go from top to bottom, get to somewhere. Probably over higher rep. And we need reasons to jump back and forth between passive.
Very much alike.
Okay.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Maybe I'm overthinking this. Instead of a... Instead of something like this. Move back up here. See here. Hello, Dreadcore. Thank you so much for dropping back. How's it going? Oh, you're out done implementing. That's awesome. You implement the HUD too, or just that section? I'm overcomplicating this. If we just had like two, well, I like the idea of having two like curved lines. That does make it a wee bit confusing in terms of where the player can jump back up again if they want to. Oh, we could just do something like this. So that over there. But we need to make sure there's some way for the player to get back up. Okay, so then hop back up here. Like that. Player has their way back.
So, put the pure corrals down here. I think we'll have a section like this, but there's a loop there
We're going to make use of. Some reason for the player to over here. Probably like a lever of some kind. Alright, there we go. Now it's starting to look like something. That. Okay. Now we got a room we can play with. In my humble opinion. Let's start adding some enemies. What we do. Go over here. Here. That way it's like the player has to choose which path they want to take. Getting closer and closer. But as the added threat down below, don't have our cabrattles. Something like this would definitely not give player much wiggle room to mess around too much. They have to be careful. Alright, sounds good, Record.
Just play well, though.
Alright, sounds good, Record. What if? Flip these around. Alright, sounds good, Retro. I look forward to seeing that. Put a vibrato here. But that'd be a bit too vicious. I think this should be vicious enough. Players has to deal with the Cobras getting closer, but they also need to be careful not to fall. Because if they do fall, they have a bit of a long route to go before they can get back.
It could also be prudent to move that over there. Actually, this takes up more space. Okay. Oh, well, thanks for the compliment, Drakor. Oh, that's the thing. Level design is one of those things that is a lot of fun to get into once you have the mechanics set up. I will admit, even before I got, even before, like, I had a lot of my main mechanics implemented, I did decide to try drawing out some levels. But there's a thing that happens when you don't have a solid gameplay, we'll say gameplay mechanics, enemies, and such to mess with before you start the level design. What you find is the levels you draw end up being pretty basic, because you have fewer things to play with. So when I was originally drawing the, my first level design ideas for this tutorial dungeon, when the rattlesnake was the only enemy I had even thought of, though I consider a normal enemy. Let's just say the entire idea of the tutorial dungeon could have fit within this screen you see here, excluding the boss arenas. There was no, like, ins and outs going on too much, not too many, like, unique platforming sections, just some pretty basic paths. But now that we have all this to work with, I'm able to, well, you can just see right here, there's a lot more creativity to be had. Especially also that I've done a lot of, the lore writing helps with that too, because that gives me ideas for different locations to really expand out a dungeon in a meaningful way. So, between lore and enemy design and game mechanic design, all that stuff ties into making your level design better. Now, that being said, if you do have just a general idea for a level, there's no harm like sketching that on graph paper or using a level editor like this. Just to get those ideas on paper or on electronic files, so that when you do have some mechanics to play with, like I do right here now, it's suddenly there's a lot more that can be done. So, awesome. Glad to hear that, Drakor. Now, out of curiosity, you did give me a compliment about the level design, which I appreciate, but I'd be curious if you'd be a little more specific than that, since right now all I have are just some different room segments that I was working on tonight. Or we'll say room skeletons of sorts. Yep, no, I did, Drakor. Oh, well, thanks. So you like my usage of verticality. Yep. And this is something I remember Dark Souls doing that I really enjoyed too. It's the idea that you really try to use the entire space to the best of your ability, and this is why I love this verticality. It lets me use what would previously be considered walls as platforms, or just walkable paths. Exactly, Drakor. So, the idea with a lot of these situations where, well, there's varying difficulties here, but the idea with, like, a pit like here, obviously falling down to pit's bad, because there's nowhere to stand where you're safe, seemingly, and you have to be wary of that. But, the idea behind this is if you are... I might want to edit that now I'm looking at it. Give me 1 second. The idea is that if you remain calm and focused on what you're doing, you can get out of this situation. But of course, if you just ran off and you're panicking, then of course you'll get annihilated, which is the point. Kind of like how, that's kind of how it is in Dark Souls too. Sorry, in Dark Souls as well. Oh yeah, the room full of snakes. This is... When coming up with different level design ideas, I'm not sure if I showed you this, Drakor. I've started doing this recently, and I think it's made a massive difference. just come up with different like mixes of enemy types and game mechanic ideas. And what that allows is it again, more structure, can come up with things like this. Because I mean, this is just obviously taking the idea of the rattlesnake to the extreme. But it's like, how do you make a stationary melee opponent a legitimate threat? Well, probably a lot of them in a confined space, make them more of an obstacle. Yep. Yes, exactly, Drakor. So, like, you know, with the way the game's set up, you can, of course, see at least portions of the room before you hop into it. Like, if you see, like, this segment here, for example, this would all be on screen. Like, players right here, and they could see this. And it's up to the player to really think through what they're going to do before they approach the problem, well, we'll say, approach the challenge before them. Are they going to just run at it, hit on carefully without really thinking about their button presses, and then, you know, splat up against a rattlesnake and get hit? They're going to try and sprint through this and then lose their momentum. Are they going to try and bait out an attack and then maybe get rid of one rattlesnake, then slowly whittle their way through these enemies? Again, all viable options, but that's kind of the intent here, is to do those different choices. Similarly, this is meant to be a simple setup right here, where a player starts here. The intent is you don't want to stand here to fight the rattlesnakes, because they'll just attack you and defeat you very, very quickly. But if you're smart enough to run past them and get to a new platform, suddenly you have a way to take care of them safely with a ranged weapon. Path here, of course, you know, mixing and matching different enemy types. The Cobra, of course, keeps... That's on a wiggly path, and the Cobra has a small hitbox, might make it a bit difficult to deal with unless the player's very careful with how they aim. And as the Cobra gets closer, the player might panic, run off the edge, that's the point. Or if they're careful, they might be able to swoop around the Cobra. But just for funsies, I put this little jump here so that the player is panicking and isn't, like, timing their jump right, or maybe they get here but they ran out of stamina. Suddenly they're at the beginning of a very long hallway of rattlesnakes to get out of this situation. Of course, hit of rattlesnakes up here, that's probably more so would be like what I would call one of the Dark Souls' side areas. So you'd probably put this at some end of a section off to this far away from a resting point, so that if the player does decide to come here, they're really committed to it. But on the flip side, it also loops around like in Dark Souls. So in Dark Souls, you see a lot of circular level design. Well, this is circular level design. Enter the room, go through it, and the ending is right where you began. Listen, come on to listen. You say it's sadistic. You have to realize this is a Souls-like game. It needs to be challenging. Now, this isn't like challenging in the sense of being a troll, like trying to throw things at the player they can't see coming, and, you know, basically have the player no way to prepare. It's instead giving the player, you know, showing the player what to expect, and the player decides their own pace. But if they're not up to it, they will get wrecked, and then they will have to get good. That's that's the one thing you're going to comment one-way paths. True, Drakor, true. So, to be fair, these are... like, a lot of these sections are meant to be, like, used individually, not so that there's only one possible solution. Here with the rattlesnake maze, for example, you don't have to walk through the intended path to get out of there. You could jump over some of these rattlesnakes as a shortcut. Oh, you mean like the usage of... oh, sorry, I understand, Drakor, what you're saying. So, the idea of the one-way path being that using elevation to force the player into we'll say a dangerous situation, but again, giving them some control in the sense that, you know, once they jump down here, they know they're in danger, but they can jump out, but if they jump out, they can't do anything to affect the level itself. Thanks, Drakor. I'm trying. So, I think this will be good here because, I mean, I could place a rattle here, but I feel like at that point that'd be just a bit I almost wonder if playing a Cabraddle here would be just too cruel, because if you're down here, there's nowhere to rest. Ah, fair enough, Krekor. Well, there's different ways to do that with, like, different rooms, different gates and keys, things like that, Krekor. Maybe different slides connecting different rooms. Well, I mean, not Cabraddle's on top. I was saying, like, there's already... The idea here is that this is just mixing Cobra's on a high path, Cabraddle's on a low path. That's true, Rekord. Though, to be fair, the idea here is that there's two paths, each with a Cobra of their own. And that's the challenge with staying up on this path. Yep, two Cobras. So the idea is that each Cobra slithers in tandem towards the player. And, no, it's fair point. But, if the Cobra of, you know... Obviously, if the player defeats a Cobra, they have a little wiggle room. But, of course, they fall down, the rattles are there to get them. I guess my question is, do I dare put a Cabraddle here? Since Cabraddles, of course, attack by line of sight. And obviously there's no Cabraddle here, there's a little bit of breathing room, but the player has to carefully navigate their way back to the only way back up. Through, we'll say, this Cabraddle maze of death. But I feel like playing a Cabraddle here would just be too cruel, because then there's nowhere for the player to breathe. Whereas if this is here, that at least gives the player a little bit of breathing room, but also makes them recognize, uh-oh, I'm in a bad situation. But if I put a Cabraddle here, then there's no room to react, or there's very, very limited room to do anything. You just keep running and running and running. So I think I'll leave it like this for now, but if I'm playtesting it and I think it's too easy, I might throw another Cabraddle down there. But I see this is more like an intermediate difficulty for the tutorial anyway, this little room here. Anyway, enough asides about that. Let's percentage off that one. That's like the Cobras in tandem. And now we'll do some ones where the Cabraddles are the star of the show. I actually have a lot of ideas to make use of the Cabraddles, even in my head still, and that has to do with the fact that the Cabraddles, I see them as the most, probably the most dangerous basic enemy type in the tutorial dungeon, simply because they can attack from a distance. So anywhere they can see, they're a threat. And they also have the most health out of any of the basic enemy types in this tutorial dungeon. So they're meant to be like that thing that can be an issue and really mess up the player if they're not careful. I mean, the Cobras can be dangerous in their own right, but that's only because of the fact that they can slither around. The Cabraddles can just hit you from a distance. Now, let's see here. Cabraddle surrounded by... Yeah, so this is an idea I had that's kind of like mixing the Cabraddles and the Rattlesnake. So, let's do that real quick. One of the things about the Cabraddles is the fact that they can, of course, attack from a distance, but the player has, say, a corner to peek around. That might give the player a means to slowly whittle away at the Cabraddle's health from a distance. And to counteract that, I was thinking that perhaps we could use some Cobras almost as like a meat shield for the Cabraddles. Maybe so the Cabraddles can shoot through the Cobras. Sorry, not Cobras, the Rattlesnakes. But the player, of course, can't shoot through the Rattlesnakes. They have to defeat the Rattlesnakes first, and that basically gives them like that their meat shield. So let me make a little platforming section, and then hopefully I'll give a better idea of what I'm talking about. Let's put it up here just for funsies. Alright. It'll make more sense when I have just a platforming section to demonstrate. Cobra. So we need like a long sort of path with different elevations. Do maybe something. I want something a little S-shaped. You know that long vertical stretch with the corral at the southern end? Will there be enough room for the player to react to it? I don't remember how far ahead the player can... Okay. Yeah, so... the player can actually see a pretty significant chunk of the screen, so... Let's see if I can find a good example of this. So the screen, I think, is 800 by 450 in size or something like that. So considering one, we'll say 32 by 32 tiles like that, they can see like maybe, I want to say like 14 or 15 tiles vertically and even more than that horizontally. Though to be fair, it is centered on the player, so I guess it's half of that. Yeah. So I guess the way it's set up right now is when the player drops down, they won't see everything necessarily down here yet. But when the player's actually down here, you notice it's kind of broken up into sections where the player can at least have some visibility at the moments where it matters. I'd probably have to actually go into Fusion 2.5 to test that. So let's pull it up just for the sake of comparison. Okay, so for reference, one of these is 32 blocks is 32 by 32 spaces. So if our tiled editor is they're on the one ledge, how far do they have to walk to see the rattle? So horizontally, they can see it for a pretty long distance, but let's say they're down here. Oh, you say they're here? Okay. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 8, 9. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, they see about 6 blocks below them. Which means that in this particular scenario, they would not be able to see the rattle in this long hallway. However, I think that's okay for a couple of reasons. One is when the player's trying to escape from down here, they're probably coming this way. So they'll see the rattle before they run down the long hallway. And two, if the player does decide to try and venture down here on their own, and that's on them, they'll at least be able to hear the rattle before it attacks them. And try to address accordingly. So, I suppose there's a very easy way to remedy this. Well, I mean, if I want to, I could put like a little hidey hole here. I think this is okay for now. I just get rid of this wall, put a 0 there, and that could be a hidey hole, but I think it'll do. What's that, Brecker? Okay, fair enough. Cool, too. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you have an awesome night. Yeah, that's the thing, Director. The only scenario I can think of where the player wouldn't be able to see the Cabrattle is if they were... Count this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Is if they were trying to come down this way, which most certainly is not the intent. But again, the player does that at their own peril, in my view. I think I understand what you're saying, Senses. Your concern is that if the player can't see a Cabrattle before they start walking around a corner, is that bad? For that, I say the player would not be able... I don't think the player would actually be able to see this Cabrattle at the end of this very long hallway. But, as soon as they walk around this corner, they'll hear something, and something's going to attack them. And they have plenty of opportunity to zigzag their way closer if that's the what they wish to do. The other thing to remember is that the player is capable of sprinting, Rekor. So, if a player hears something and they want to react quickly, they can sprint if they so choose. Oh, what's that, Rekor? Good question, Cabral. So the thing is, when the Cabral telegraphs its attack, it also makes a sound. So I think if the player hears the sound of Cabral, because at this point where I would introduce this, the player should have already been introduced to the Cabral. They should know what it sounds like. So if they like walk around a corner and suddenly hear that rattling, that should be a warning. Get out of the way. Yeah. I mean, it is that if these Cabrattles couldn't... if these Cabrattles, like, made no sound before they attacked, then, yeah, they'd have no way of seeing it coming. But because the Cabrattles do make that noise when they attack, even if it's off-screen, I think that should be more than enough of a warning for the player, or I would hope at least. And if not, you know, after they hit the first time, they'll know, that's a pretty long hallway, and there's something shooting me down there, so I should be careful. No, it's a good question to ask, Rekor. In fact, I might end up rethinking how I introduce the Cabrattle here. Because... Oh, actually, no, there's a perfect opportunity for this, I just realized. Let's fix this real quick, chat, because right here, the player would not be able to see the Cabrattle at first. But horizontally, the player can see quite a bit more of the screen. So we put the Cabrattle at the end of a horizontal hallway. Then the Cabrattle still has plenty of wiggle room, but at least it's gives the player some room to react and actually see it, understand the threat. So, move you down here. Oh, no, you're right. Fair point, Record. Fair enough. Let's, You're right that there are places for the players to take cover, which is great. I'm just thinking, like, the player won't be able to physically see the rattle. I think it's about 6 spaces away, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's probably about as far as they can see vertically. Or thereabouts. But we actually do have a way to check that. We could just go to that spot in the this area. Try and investigate. Okay, so players walking around this corner. Yeah, they would not be able to see the rattle up there. They wouldn't even know what's up there. Unless, hold on a minute. Well, I mean, if we have the player loop around, like, maybe the hallway loops around over here, so if the player gets just the tiniest inkling of what's up there. Like, so if they can see it just for a brief moment, and then they come down here and realize that, uh-oh. Yep, they'd be able to hear it, but, I mean, at no point in this walkway here would they be able to see it for the first time. And I feel like with introducing an enemy type, unless it was like a truly a sniper kind of enemy, I think it would be better to at least let the player see it before they get attacked by it. So I might actually just move the rattle there, that tile there, so that the player could at least see it, understand its animations. Oh. I think your concerns are unfounded, Record? Yeah. So I keep thinking back to that one section from Dark Souls in the Undead Asylum where you encounter your first archer enemy. It's at the end of a long corridor, but you can at least see the enemy. So let's move you. Say probably around there. Since if it's right there, the player will be able to see it. Mm-hmm. True. Yeah, because if the player's there, they'll be able to at least see the rattle before that off-screen then becomes the threat that it is. And then this whole thing could be remedied if I were to just shift the hallway to a more horizontal orientation. Then have the hiding places kind of be like this. It will be something worth considering, I think. just leave it for now and keep doing what I was doing, but... Oh, actually, no, let's... Let's leave it there for now. And we can definitely come back to this when I actually get into the implementation phase, I think. For now, let's get back to what I was attempting to do, which was... do a little corridor platforming challenge involving the Cabratals and the Cobras. So I'm thinking for this platforming section, the player starts here. They're in a fairly higher up spot. Actually, no, let's player starts on the, probably would start on the ground here somewhere. Here's the platforms to get up. Have to be sort of like a U shape here. All right. Alright, so you have sort of a roundabout path here. And at the end of this path, this windy path, far up here, okay, so now to kind of show my thought process here. Normally, a single Cabratal can be handled just by picking it off from a distance, as it might be the case here. However, in this particular scenario, the Cabratal would have some friends to help with blocking any potential projectiles that might come its way. If the player does want to hit the Cabral directly, they really have to thread the needle. But the Cabral can still fire through these rattlesnakes to hit the player. And thus, the player could choose to either try will this way in a way that's very, very, very slow, or go a bit more regressive route, go windy, windy, windy until they can get up there and actually face these opponents head on if they so choose. And for the sake of, again, making sure the player can at least see what's coming, I think this here should actually be the entry point. So they enter this area, and they actually see the threat before they go up to try and, well, evade the threat. So yeah, this is a situation where it becomes a lot more difficult to try and deal with a Cabrattle with a ranged weapon, unless you adjust the way you're approaching it. Oh, thanks, Redcore. So like good old move and dodge, or think before you act, so to speak. That'll, and again, the higher elevations are, of course, to give the player some breathing room before they continue their platforming. Out here. Then what we can do, kind of loop them back around so that they get the chance to actually battle the Cabrattle up close if they so choose. Like getting behind their foe here. I'd say we give them just and to really have fun with this, just give a little bit more of a platforming section over here. Have them do a nice little squiddle. Till they're finally at the spot where their opportunity will come. Yep. Fair enough, Brecor. Yep. No, this is definitely meant to be a significantly easier little section, since this is like an introduction of an idea, and that being, of course, the Cabrattle with the rattlesnake meat shield, so to speak. Which this will not be the last time I use this idea, because I like it too much as like sort of like to counteract the player's expectations. But still, a nice little escalation compared to the lab puzzle we have up here, where it's just one Cabrattle. Okay. And once the player's up here, that's when they get to kind of go in, I think. They hop up. Now they have the opportunity to sort of make the Cabrattle pay if they so choose. And then the thing of interest would be here. whether that's a pathway outward or just what the player will do. There, we all right, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have turret section. I think that's probably be a good place to wrap things up a bit, because let's see, how many did we draw? Let me put a little percentage point there. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you approve. Thanks, Retro. So, I'm glad we tried this out, this stream chat, because we just came up with, well, I should say, I just came up with 7 different layouts for different, we'll say, sections involving enemies. Compared to in like, you know, maybe 1.5 or 2 hours with some sidetracks, compared to where some previous streams where we took like an entire stream to do one section like this. Personally, I think that's a massive gain in efficiency. And while yes, in the future these would have to be recolored to fit the theme of the dungeon and might have to be reworked a little bit depending on what kind of areas I do, all in all, I personally think this is a huge benefit, being able to do something like this. Because, again, you're stripping away the game to its fundamentals before we really add all the bells and whistles. And I think that'll, with the level design, this is just much more efficient. So, actually makes me excited with to keep making more rooms like this in future dev streams. Like, by the time of demos, we'll have so many of these things that we could just combine them all together in interesting ways. It's going to be so much fun. So, I'm going to look for someone to raid. If you're watching this on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. If you're watching this on YouTube and you like what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, and it's a great way to show support. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope you have an awesome night.